Fucking OBS.
It did that to me too. It reset the inputs that you had.
Because OBS decided it wanted to do an update, except I didn't actually click it. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the stream where we're weird. In the weird city of Austin. Austin by Starlight, episode 13. Welcome, everyone. Thank you all for joining us tonight. As our coterie has been up to some fairly mundane but very important things going on in the city of Austin. As they know, Don Hernandez of the Hakata is looking to meet with Lucio de la Rosa, Nosferatu of San Antonio, to discuss business. What business that all entails, that's, well, above some of the coterie's pay grade. Others of the coterie are not even privy to direct information as that. And with Gregor, the child of Lucio de la Rosa, being here to set some of this up, the coterie has mixed feelings. And so, why don't we get some of those thoughts before we join our coterie for a new night? Pax, you're probably the most privy to some of this information. Why don't you give us your thoughts?
Just thinking about all the stuff that Gregor raised, it's got me feeling.
Your mic sounds real far away still.
Oh no. Thinking about all the stuff that Gregor raised, it's filled me with questions. And I know if I ask the Don these questions, he's gonna question my loyalties. He's gonna question where my head is at. But I'm not concerned about whether he's gonna be trustworthy in this. What I'm concerned about is whether my coterie is gonna turn tail and run. If what Gregor said is accurate, we've got potential for somebody to take over Baron Kane's domain. Whether that ends up being Boss Hernandez or the other Baron. Either way, it's leaving some of my coterie mates in a bit of a tight situation. They need a reason to trust him, to trust what he's doing.
Maybe I can get that reason for them. I don't know. It's raised a whole set of new concerns.
Well, you're not the only one who's had concerns in recent nights. Deja, there has been some concerns regarding your farm. You didn't even stay the day there like you normally do. You stayed the day at the coterie house, of all places.
This new turn of events that Gregor has proposed leaves everything up in the air. Makes me worry for my own self, my haven, my farm. Whoever takes over may decide that they want my stuff, and I was never a part of this deal. I've had concerns for the start with Gregor and this new position that it just very concerning. Very disconcerting as well. My biggest concern at the moment is for Pax and how this is all going to play out on her.
Indeed. A fellow Malkavian. Sometimes the strings between you two are tug at each other's hearts. But some call that the Malkavian madness. And then we have Gregor, the guest addition to this coterie. The man who is in charge of making sure that all of this goes according to plan. Whatever plan that is.
I understand. But when a power dynamic, the circumstances of a city and resolve is shaken, it leaves everyone in a state of disarray, confusion. This coterie is disconcerted with the future. And it isn't to say that I am not either. If things do not pan out, then that reflects onto myself and everything I have at stake in service to my sire. And it isn't to say that I don't have a lot. No. Everything that I've built the past many years of my existence, both as human, as ghoul, and as kindred, are served to be at stake. So, everything must continue as according to plan. I have to understand precisely where everyone lies on this. No matter how futile or insignificant my time may be here remaining in the city, what I can do to assure them. Don Hernandez must have the advantage. And I have to do what I can to afford him that advantage. And even if that power and stability takes many years to unfold, if that advantage takes years to come to fruition, that is still future that I have promised and ensure. Because I have family depending on it.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of family, depending on what happens over the next few nights, Aleister, you have family in this city, and no doubt your concerns for them outweigh a lot of things, don't they?
Yes. I don't know. I don't understand some of the power plays that are coming up. I like things to make sense, be neat and orderly. I don't like the unknown factors, the assumptions, the guesses. I like my facts laid out in front of me. But the one thing I do know is I don't know if I can trust what's coming. I don't know if it's if it's what's best for everyone. I will have to think about this, come up with my own conclusions. We'll have to see what the day brings.
We shall have to see. And then finally, Yvette, who is also concerned about potential involvement regarding family and what that could potentially mean. Your thoughts?
I find myself trying to end up juggling many. I am of two minds. Let us begin first with the question of loyalty. This is perhaps the largest of it. To what and to whom is my loyalty owed? One upon the surface would obviously be Baron Kane, and this would be appropriate. He is the ruler of this domain. So now I must end up asking, what do I owe him? Upon the surface, what does he offer in return? And I come to realize what he offers is simply existence. To many, this seems like perhaps a bullet near pressed against my skull, waiting for entry. But in truth, allow me to consider my options. Baron Kane is the reason that I can end up remaining in this city. Without Baron Kane, opposing forces would have me ousted from this city. This is a concern. And now he has rumor that he has begun talks with the Camarilla. So now he can be viewed as a traitor. This cannot stand if true. For we are anarch and conduct ourselves accordingly. But it is rumor. Is it to Don Hernandez? I would say no. But then I would ask, is that what I wish to end up happening? Don Hernandez has power and influence, but he is not a baron. In fact, he is Hecata. And Hecata have not ended up joining the Anarch cause any more than they have joined the Camarilla. They are Sweden. Do not wish to end up aggravating either side. And yet, here we end up seeing a power play against the Baron. Now I must end up considering, is this what I want? I see no benefit. I have seen how he binds his subordinate, such as Mademoiselle Pax. Mademoiselle Pax, do I owe allegiance? She is a member of my coterie. And yet, to be bound to her is to nevertheless say to be bound to the Don. Can I count on such loyalty? No. It is at this moment where I am unsure who to choose. So I must look at what it is that they have to offer. The answer is not much. But truthfully, if the Don has gone against his word, any promises he would end up making to me or my coterie would be a moot point. And then I have to consider, do we want this city to be a reign under another? that were true, would we be much different than the Camarilla? My mind is spinning with no true option. If anything, I do not feel in power. I feel as though trapped as a mouse, caught in a corner of a design I do not fully understand. Unsure where to go from here.
As you said before, what do I want? Which, if any, of these options are truly options? But you wake with those thoughts as the 5 of you need to make rouse checks. Aleister, Pax, the night is hard. It's almost as if your body sort of stiffens as you circulate the vitae within you to empower your body to move once more, causing you to get a little hungrier. The gnawing sort of sound in the back of your mind begs you, eat, drink, be full. The same could be said for Yvette and Gregor, but it is a little less gnawing tonight. And for Deja?
Fail.
And for Deja, it's a little bit more annoying. Just one more problem to stack on top of the rest. But after rising at the appropriate times that you do, you are collected together in the coterie house. Most of you having stayed the night there, or the day, rather, which is unusual for most of you to have seen Deja actually rise from one of the rooms that was situated for her in the event she needed it, but had never actually been used before. Thus, here you are. What do you do?
Who is currently present in the living room?
Whoever would want to be. Who are you looking for?
I would be looking for Yvette and Pax. One of the two.
Well, once Pax had risen, that's where she'd head straight away, is to the place that they normally meet.
Okay.
And both usually arrive around the same time. Both are not terribly far with their personal havens from the coterie house.
Okay, so if Pax arrives first, I'll walk up to her and... Good evening, Pax. Are you busy? Could I bother you for a second?
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you as well.
Okay, shall we go to my office then?
Lead the way.
I'll go, lead the way to my office, and when we get in there, I'll, turn the radio on. And just give us some white noise to drown out our conversation.
Mm.
A little bit of like symphonic death metal or something, or symphonic metal will come on.
Mm.
There's something that I've been meaning to ask you, but I never really found a good time, or, well, frankly, I didn't know how to bring it up. The other night, are you okay?
The other night.
Yes. When I had to restrain you, I feel bad about that.
Right, that. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. You didn't see a pleasant side of me. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry to say that I recognize that side of people a little bit too well.
Recognize?
A little bit, though not that severe.
What do you mean you recognize it?
Hmm. Let's just say that me and my sister didn't have the most happy of upbringings. And while I see some things that happened to my sister and the way that you acted, it's on a magnitude that I possibly can't understand.
Uh, yeah. Hey, about all that. You haven't mentioned that to anyone else, have you?
I may be slow to learn new things, but I am learning. This is between us. Nothing is brought up.
I'd certainly appreciate it if it stayed that way.
Yes, I am definitely not your priest or your therapist. I'm just concerned. That is all.
Well, is there something specific you wanted to know about it? I guess.
I did not bring you in to pump you for information. I just wanted to make sure that you were okay, and if you needed anything, we can lean on each other in this coterie. We have to, or else we won't survive.
Yeah. Uh, fuck it. The man that you saw with Julian. That was my father. Um, he's well respected, I guess. His name's Lorenzo Cassetta. He's well, let's just say he'd do anything for his position. Anything. Uh, I don't know what happened with your sister and you when you were growing up, but I can assure you it's nothing like what my childhood was. And for that, I'm glad.
Yes, I, they always, the term "the grass is greener on the other side" always comes to mind. But I think seeing that, it put things into perspective that while some things were unfortunate, we were actually lucky. Things could always be worse.
Even for me, things could have been worse. can always be worse.
Yes.
Aleister, how much do you actually know about this life and what else comes along with it?
Um, I would just know the basics probably.
You've seen movies.
Yeah. I don't know, frankly, what I know, what is truth and what is bullshit that I have picked up from literature, mythology, and movies.
Well,
For starters, movies are mostly bullshit. Hollywood gets a lot of things wrong.
my father is the reason why I appreciate Don Hernandez so much. He saw a money making opportunity in me. And Don Hernandez was the one that took me out of that. He gave me a life outside of being a plaything and a blood doll.
I can see why you hold him in such high esteem. I think anybody would.
Which brings me to what I wanted to talk to you about. The news that our dear friend dropped on us last evening.
Yes.
What's your thoughts on that?
I don't like it. I don't like
Could
this situation. Someone's trying to sell out me in the Tremere as a distraction. And I'm going to be quite frank with you because, frankly, we know I can't fly.
absolutely.
I do not have the same bonds with the Don that you do, and see problems there. But,
That's
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said that's painfully clear.
Yes. I see problems arising should the Baron be taken out. I don't know who's going to fill that vacuum, and I don't know what interests they would hold or where it would sit for us. So, frankly, I think we may all be getting bent over and getting the short end of whatever's coming.
It's hard to argue against that right now. I Before you make any actions, would you give me a chance to go and speak to Don Hernandez to see if I can get some information on what this play is, to kind of confirm what came out of Rosa?
You know me. More information is always preferable.
You're a rational man when it comes to information.
Yes.
All right. Well, if you can leave that with me,
Of
I'll
course.
see if I can't find a reason for us to stay by Don Hernandez's side.
Yes, I may not know how to play political games, but being smart, I've always known chess very well. And while I'm not a grandmaster, I can't see that many moves ahead. I can see enough that, well, it makes helping decisions making a lot easier. At least from a rational standpoint.
Unfortunately, rationality's not all that's at play here.
This is true. But we all deal with the cards that we're dealt with. We'll figure out the best hand and put it forward.
Farewell. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you for talking to me, by the way. I apologize for bringing up such a painful subject.
Just keep it between us, yeah?
Keep what between us?
Good man.
I have some small housekeeping to do, but I will leave you to it. Have a safe trip, and I hope your meeting goes well.
Fingers crossed.
Yes. And Aleister would get up and escort her out of the room and go about waiting to hear when Yvette gets here. Eventually, or well, eventually find Yvette. It doesn't have to be exactly right now.
Well, Yvette does arrive as the two of you are in the office. So, which means that Yvette, Deja, and Gregor would have a moment together if they wanted it before you come back out.
Gregor would be silently waiting. As he does. He does notice Deja. He gives her a polite bow. Miss Deja. How are you tonight? Oh, you are muted, I think, somewhere.
Same shit, different day. And how are you, Mr. Douglas?
I won't deny that I have anxiousness.
Anxious. Why is that?
Since presenting to all of you yesterday, I suppose I'm simply fearful of how events shall transpire moving forward.
As they told us in the military, no plans survives first contact. So, I don't know what your plans are. Or how you plan to go about it, but it's where the ability to adapt and overcome are so important.
I suppose I understand that take. My only hopes is that any physical altercations can be avoided.
physical altercations. Why would that be an issue? And with whom?
Well, suppose Baron Kane does get wind. First expectation is that there might be influence that erupts.
I can see how that would be a worry for you. Being an outsider, not even from the city, causing issues for the Baron. That would be an issue.
Indeed. But more so than that, I'd like to keep it away off of your property, if that does occur.
Well, should it spill onto my property, there are things and there are ways of handling and dealing with it, should that arise.
I do.
certainly... Go ahead.
Go. My apologies.
I certainly wouldn't recommend going anywhere I haven't shown you around.
Maybe not. I do have to say, Nastasia, though our talks are brief, I have very much enjoyed them.
Thank you for your candor. I do what I can and what I'm able, to the best of my ability, and that's all I can do.
Transparency, for lack of a better term, seems to come naturally when I speak with you.
I am what I am. I don't pretend to be something I'm not. Okay? It's not in me. Double-speak and guile are, well, easily recognizable, but not a part of my makeup.
In many ways, that is a benefit. If meeting Pax has shown me anything, I don't believe it's a part of mine either. Gregor just falls silent at that point. He keeps his head down, contemplative.
And that would be about when Yvette arrives.
Bonsoir.
Evening.
Mademoiselle Deja, whatever seems to be the matter?
Oh, nothing. Everything just ran so late last night I didn't make it back home.
There was a concern I ended up having. I understand the nature of the coterie heaven is only for your emergencies, and when I see you here as such, not help but be concerned.
I see. I try not to make it a habit of staying here. I do have a few things if the need should arise. However, as I said, our evening ran too long for me last night for me to make it home safely before the sunrise.
C'est dommage. Well, I can only hope that the evening will end up proving to be more hospitable to you later on.
I hope it's fruitful for all of us.
Pax and Aleister, that's when you're coming out of the office.
When Pax emerges, she looks a little bit more strained. Like there's a lot weighing on her mind.
Bonsoir, Mademoiselle Cosetta.
Ah, evening. How's everybody tonight?
I can
Miss-
see that much weighs on all of our minds, given the silence. Monsieur Greco, you know how to make an impact. Please speak your minds.
Sorry, who were you referring to?
All that are here, as the silence seems almost deafening. For some reason, everyone's operating as though they are amongst a funeral.
I'm thinking
We
about our
all
next
are
move.
dead. We all are dead. So a funeral is not that far off from what we should be doing.
The lamentation of the young.
Well, I would think I was pretty clear last night. But, Mr. LaCroix, at your earliest convenience, I'd like to have a word with you if you would not mind.
Word with moi.
Yes.
Now that is unexpected. But of course, I make myself available to the coterie at their convenience. And the invitation has not been sent to you, Monsieur Knight.
Yes. Well, I will go leave you all to it. If anybody needs me, I will be in the study. Now, Aleister's just going to go until waiting for Yvette, just transcribing some more information and, like, basically whittling the book collection down into tomes with useful shit and downsizing so we can make room for more.
Pardon, mes amis. I am being summoned. I shall arrive back as swiftly as possible for any requirements that you may have. And she will start to make her way off to Aleister's room.
Alright.
You'd find him behind his desk. He'd look up, please shut the door. He'll spin his chair around and turn the music up a little bit so that they can have a private conversation.
She does so, but is sure to not turn her back upon him. So what is it that troubles you so, Monsieur Knight?
Well, I'm going to be quite frank with you. I have something to discuss with you, and it'll probably end one of two ways.
Modra, you're
Either
not
we will
muted.
be in. Either we probably will come to an accord and some type of mutual agreement, or we'll probably end up finishing what we started the other night. But I do not look forward to either, or to that outcome, and do not wish it, if possible. I will tell you what is on my mind. With me and you, at times before our unfortunate incident, sorry, uh, before our unfortunate incident, before I found out what a Glock tastes like, I kind of worried about you and what you have endured, and wished to help you in any way that I could. That sentiment has not changed, though I'm a little more weary of you now. And what I have in my head tonight is I do not like this situation. I think that it is a losing hand that we are playing, and I believe that your balls are as close to the bandsaw as mine are. I
How
could make a
gratuitous.
feeble. I'm sorry.
How gratuitous.
As I said, I'm being frank. I'm not going to pose flowery words or blow smoke up your ass tonight. We can save that for public appearances, if you wish. I could make a play on my own. It would probably be feeble. I know what I would try to get out of it, but Venture is supposed to know how to play the game. I would like to leverage what we can for the coterie in this play. I would like to see us survive and thrive while being safe, as we can be. We'll never be truly safe, but I would like to work with you on this. Hear your mind on such matters.
Monsieur Knight, if I did not know any better, I would think that you are thinking of betraying Pax, the Dom, to cast them aside for your own aspirations?
No, not betraying Pax. Maybe her trust a bit, but what I have in mind would be better for her in the long run, at least in my opinion. The Don, I have no loyalties to.
Your sire, grandsire knew what was best for your sire. Your sire knows what's best for you. Seems everyone always knows what's best for the next. But who are you to tell Pax what must be done? What is best for her?
I am not trying to do that.
That is precisely what you are doing.
I recognize in her some things that are very unsavory, and see the root of it.
Malkavian.
Say that again?
She is Malkavian, and she is in league with the Hecata.
Yes.
I would suspect that that would end up making most situations a small amount unbearable. So why must this be different for Pax?
Honestly, with her, I wanted to give her a clean slate. There's a lot of baggage and a lot of bad things and negatives to go with the good things that she has latched on to. But that is a side point. You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs, and if I have to ruin what is with Pax, then that will be a burden that I will have to shoulder. She is going to go speak to the Don tonight so we can have more information before we decide what to do, if you should agree to this. You could probably just take my head and call me a traitor and present me to the coterie.
Thought
But
is tempting. But you come to me, knowing that I can do so, and betray you, for betraying Mademoiselle Pax, the Don, the coterie, the pact that has been sealed. So that must ask the question, why do you come to me?
like I said, I think your ass is in the fire as much as mine is. You are a Ventru in the Anarchs, something that is not normally seen. Very few and seldomly survived for as long as you have been. I think that the position going with trying to keep the Baron in power would it would secure your place if you can sweeten the deal with information and what we bring to the table. Get more. I don't know what we could get. That is one of the reasons I'm bringing you in. I know what I would go after, but that would be one domino set up and knocked over. I'm looking to set up a few more and maybe have a wider reach.
Monsieur Knight, were I to even allow me to entertain your thought for a moment.
Yes.
If I were to do so, then this ends up here falling upon my head. And if my survival is so important, to more at least, then I would end up presuming that I would end up keeping my head down. Why would I poke it out? You think here is an opportunity? No, here at best is a place where you can hope for the forgiveness of a Baron.
Like I said, if this is something to done, I did not expect you to stick your head out and be the only one there. I expected that I would have to do this.
But it would be foolish to end up doing so, as it would end up putting both of our necks down, and therein lies the curiosity. You believe this is best for Pax. Very well then. But I will require not for you to stand at my side, no, this will require something else. It will come to me in time. But why the concern for Mademoiselle Pax? Pourquoi? To what loyalty do you owe her, given the situation I have found you in? Mirroring very much what we have together, you and I.
For the same reason that I once cared about you. This coterie is important to me. I would like to build us into. I won't go so far as to say a newfound family, but I want it to be a place where we can trust each other and work together to get through these nights, better ourselves, be more than the sum of our parts. It might be foolish.
I want to hear you say it. I want to hear that you wish to throw Don Hernandez and Pax under the bus. That is the colloquial term, oui? Because that is what we are doing. Should I even remotely agree to such a thing?
I agree
You think
to throw Don Hernandez, Gregor, And what was Gregor's sire's name?
Lucio de la Rosa.
Lucio de la Rosa. I agree to throw them under the bus. Pax, I do not wish to do. She is part of our coterie, and as such,
And yet her position would end up throwing herself into Don Hernandez. She will gladly end up taking a beheading for him. So understand, like you said, you can't make an egg without cracking a few omelets. No, it's the other way around. Pardon.
I understand. We shall have to see what Pax comes up with, and may make all of this moot. But
Perhaps. Well, you will await, and I will see how the wind blows. There is more going on here than either of us may know, Monsieur Knight.
that is for damn sure.
So why? Why all this? You may still be attached to humanity, but this coterie being precious to you, given how it has behaved towards you. You are a man of reason. The reason does not stack up.
You've met my father. Even if I consider this coterie a found family, what I've been through in my life, what is a little bit of threats, getting hit with a sandal, even a gun into my face.
And here I thought you were a Tremere. True, you are Malkavian. I will make necessary arrangements at your request.
I may
But
be a
when-
term here. Oh, sorry.
But understand this, Monsieur Knight, your debts are still owed. And this adds simply another to the pile. Because I will not survive this night if this goes any way but perfect. You understand what a life boon is, oui? Because that is what you are requesting. Because I will be taking all of the blame. And it will come solely on my head. Do you even have the fortitude to honor such a thing?
I was prepared to take all this on my own head.
Fantastic. Then you have a extra life. Au revoir, Monsieur Knight.
Oh, it's definitely going to be an interesting one.
She begins to end up making her way out the door. Closing it behind her, of course, to leave Monsieur Knight with his thoughts.
What are your thoughts, Aleister?
Dealing with Yvette is a double-edged sword. But in order to make a play that is not as short-sighted as I could come up with alone, I think we could do something better. I think I truly think if we work together, we will be greater than the sum of our parts. If we can keep infighting and squabbling out of it, though that will be damn near impossible.
Hmm. Yvette rejoins the rest of the coterie as Gregor, Pax, and Deja kind of sit in the front room, kind of with a moment to themselves. Uh, but Yvette would join shortly, coming out of the study. Aleister staying behind for the moment. Is anyone else doing anything?
During this time, Gregor would have made a point, spoken up to Pax. Miss Calcetta.
Yeah.
I haven't had the opportunity to say good evening.
Evening to you too, Gregor.
I have a request tonight.
Ask away.
We'll be needing to speak with Don Hernandez and inform him on the updates of what will be coming.
Funny, I had thought to seek out a meeting with the Don myself. We can organize that.
Of course. It is appreciated. Once that is done, I also want to ensure any final preparations are made. That includes making sure that this coterie is, that everyone is as fed as they can be.
Of course. Can't walk into the fire without having some kind of protection.
Interesting choice of words. But
At this point, Mr. Douglas, it's entirely what I'm expecting. Expect the worst, hope for the best.
you'd have to agree. Very well.
Oh, actually, I had thought that to get a word with you, Deja, and possibly Yvette, either on your own or together, it doesn't really bother me.
Alright.
I can go make preparations for the vehicle. Leave the rest of you as you want.
That'd be appreciated, Mr. Douglas.
Certainly. Gregor will leave the coterie house, get the Rolls Royce ready for the night.
Indeed. Leaving Pax, Yvette, and Deja in the main room. Aleister still in his study.
What's on your mind, Pax?
I wanted to get your thoughts on what Mr. Douglas said last night.
I have a lot of concerns. Not just for myself, but for you as well. And, well, as Mr. Douglas pointed out, if Baron Kane catches wind of this, that puts not only myself but my farm on the chopping block.
Yeah.
And we're a bunch of fledgling nobodies that easy pickings for anybody of the Baron's stature.
What about you, Yvette?
what would I have to contribute? I have given you the plans for where you require security. I have gone on many such missions with Monsieur Douglas. I have done all I can to prepare you for such an evening.
I want to get where your head is at with what he said, though. You gave me all that before all this came to light.
I have followed this through. Continued to end up doing so. And with the news, it was a distinct possibility. My heart sinks knowing what is about to happen. But no more than when I must feed, take another life, to try and lure someone close with feelings of kindness and love, simply to feed upon them again. How is it any different? You required something of me, and I have delivered. I have always played towards that expectation. What I feel of Monsieur Douglas's announcement is a non-figure. Now, Mademoiselle Deja's fine. That I can see concern. I understand that promises were made, and with an unknown coming in, we are placed both with opportunity and the potential failure means the loss of us all. To me, what has changed? It is the same as every night.
Knowing what Pax knows, I would like to insight to see how actually forthright Yvette is being right now.
Be a wit's insight. Yvette, how forthcoming are you being?
I am masking some words. There are specific things I can't tell her outright without it turning into a complete cluster, and she had to give an answer.
Charisma or manipulation subterfuge, your choice.
I would like to re-roll.
Well, yes, you beat her with a messy crit.
I don't care. I'm not messy critting right now. Turn it a lucid blind eye, if you will.
Yeah, she's a tough one.
Yvette's always been a hard nut to crack.
Maybe that's on purpose.
All right.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go talk to Don Hernandez.
See if I can't get a bit more information and maybe some confirmation of what Gregor said. See if I can ease our minds on the danger. If either of you are thinking of doing anything, could you hold off at least until I've got some answers?
Yvette ends up casting her eye to Deja.
My only plans are to return to the farm this evening and continue with my little surprises.
Do you
What I
require
meant.
assistance, Mademoiselle Deja?
Pardon?
Do you require assistance?
What do you know about making bombs?
Enough to know that they hurt extraordinarily and that I have been thrown about 40 feet in the air.
Well, if you'd like to learn, I'd be more than happy to teach you what I know. And remember, be wary. Most bomb makers tend to lose a finger or three at some point in their career.
Sometimes it's both hands. I'll leave you with that.
Appreciation, Mademoiselle Cosetta.
I'll
And
catch up with you later.
Now you know where I'll be.
All right. See Yvette and Deja going out to Deja's truck.
And when they are alone, Yvette would need a moment.
By all means.
Mademoiselle Deja, you are concerned about your family?
Indeed. Not just my livelihood.
What?
Been in my family 4 generations.
And you believe the banner or the Don will end up keeping it safe afterwards? Oui?
I don't know who's going to take over if Baron Kane is removed. I have ties to everyone in this city when they need to get rid of something they don't want anybody else to know about or speak about.
But no one asked you what you want.
I offered my place as a neutral meeting ground without knowing all of the information. Had I had it, probably would have made other arrangements or another decision.
But now your hands are tied and honor bound.
My word is my bond. Yeah.
That is unfortunate to end up hearing that you feel a point of regret for doing what was simply an act of courtesy. You feel that courtesy has been abused?
Yes, I do. I don't normally know all the goings on when things like this get done. Daddy was the one that normally made arrangements before. Well, any time before the last 5 years. I was only there for cleanup if anything was to get out of hand. I don't know how he normally went about business, but because of his business, I know most of the movers and shakers in.
And how would the Don or Baron Kane respond should they find what has happened to Bale from their perspectives? Should this in fact reduce the Baron's power or oust him from power entirely? You would be requiring his death to survive such an act, we? And with
Yeah,
Baron, with the Don, it would be seen as a betrayal. You would have Pax and the rest of the mob upon you.
At this point, I can't go back on my word, regardless of the issues I had. I gave my word. I've already spoken to the Don. The Don knows most of the arrangements. He knows there are things available to his use, and well, has added to those should such a need arise. Seeing fit to make sure I have things on hand for such an event or an occasion. Mr. Douglas and his sire Della Rosa do not have this information, and I do not intend on giving it to them. I do plan on making a few more surprises.
Then,
And if I'm
Mademoiselle Deja, perhaps it is best if I leave the surprises in your hands. I realize I did not think ahead. Pardon.
You left your case in the house, didn't you?
Oui. But forgetful-moi. Perhaps I am more of a ditz than a ventru. Ah, clan ditz. There we go. There is my sire is a ditz.
I highly doubt that you're a ditz. Absent-minded at the moment, given the circumstance, I would understand. But you are far from a ditz. The play is such as
Perhaps it is best if you go alone, and I will make arrangements to feed. I have suspicions that I'm going to need to be dealing with an appetite beforehand.
all right. Well,
Hunting out here is quite taxing for one such as me.
do you need any help?
Mademoiselle Deja, when I require assistance, you will be one of the first I call upon, and you will know the severity of it, for I have requested aid.
All right, then. If you need me, you know where I'll be. You know how to get in touch.
Honor unto you, Mademoiselle Deja.
Honor unto you as well. And Deja will head out to her farm.
All right. Yvette, going back inside.
I grab hold of my case, start walking to my vehicle. I start it up, start driving. I am probably not more than 2 blocks away before I begin to dial the phone, dealing with Monsieur Ball.
Calling Monsieur Ball. Pax, Aleister, doing something else?
Pax goes out to get into Gregor's car.
Gregor, you now have Pax as your passenger.
Indeed. Made a point to open the door for her.
She climbs in.
Gently shutting it. Getting in the driver's seat. Do you have any requests before we head straight to Don Hernandez?
No.
I shall take us there.
Gregor. Have you ever doubted people that you work with?
believe I have. But there are some that I don't have room to doubt.
Like your sire.
Doubt doesn't have a place to exist. There are many within the city of San Antonio that I've worked with, worked for. I had my doubts, perhaps even regrets.
Well, I hope this situation doesn't turn out to be the same for us.
Hope that too. I hope victory to you, Don Hernandez. He turns
Right.
on the Rolls Royce. He will drive safely too.
All right. You two drive in this lovely, fancy car. The drive isn't very long. It's one that you have driven before many times. Pax, you've both driven and been a passenger in this car several times to this location already. A place that you know all too well. A familiar house with many rooms. And you make your way up the driveway, passing talking your way, Pax, through the different guards that surround this place. You're sure that many of them don't even know what goes on inside this house.
I'm fucking certain many of them don't. You only tell them what they need to know. I've only been told what I need to know, apparently. Well, it's turning out I need to know more than I thought I did.
Because those little niggling doubts about everything, including Don Hernandez, but he wouldn't do that to you, would he?
No. Don Hernandez, he's probably the only person I can actually trust in this world. The only solid, constant. Everybody else is just fleeting.
Smoke in the wind.
So, but these ones I'd like to keep around a little bit more than just temporary.
And when you get there, a familiar face, a man named Mario, who you know to be one of Boss Hernandez's sort of head of the house in terms of safety, in terms of keeping the house tidy, keeping the staff busy. The butler, if one was to say such a word. A Mario Barrera.
Evening, Mr. Barrera.
Miss Cassetta, how are you?
As well as can be. How about you?
I am just fine. And what can I do for you?
Uh, need to see Boss Hernandez.
Boss Hernandez, right. He's a little busy at the moment. Something I can do
This,
for you?
fortunately, no, it's business.
I see. Huh. Well, hope you don't mind waiting for a little bit.
Of course not.
I figured. You're more patient than a lot of these blokes.
Hmm.
Patience of a saint, sometimes, I think you have.
Hardly. But, seem a bit tired tonight.
Uh, it's been busy.
Busy.
Yeah, the Dawn's making a lot of requests these nights, so keeping busy. I don't know. I don't just handle the house sometimes. Sometimes I actually have to do work.
I think sometimes he might consider you his right-hand man. Someone he can trust.
Yeah, I like to think so. I think he's got more trust in, you know, Julian these nights.
Julian works hard. Mind you, that could be said for a lot of the boys.
Yeah, well,
I'll go take a seat. Let me know when Boss Hernandez is free or spoken.
can do. Gregor, have you gone into the house or are you still in the car?
Still in the car.
Okay. You doing anything special?
Nope, he is waiting on Pax's signal.
All right.
Pax says it's good to come in, it's good to come in.
All right. Pax, do you signal Gregor to join you?
I would say so. Probably tell him to keep his head down.
Gregor would do just that.
Scare anyone.
Of course, of course. Mario goes back to attending his duties as one would in the house. Kind of leaving the two of you in this sort of foyer in the front of the boss's study. His usual meeting spot for different people. The two of you are
So,
together.
suppose I had a question for you as well.
Ask away.
The question earlier. Does it purely pertain to myself?
What do you mean?
Am I the only one that you have doubts?
Hardly. Doubts keeps me alive. Well, as alive as I can get.
Healthy paranoia for existence, there is.
If it works, it works.
All the same.
Be prepared. Boss Hernandez might be in a bit of a bad mood. Seems he's been rather busy of late.
I appreciate the forewarning.
Well, you never know what you're gonna get. Particularly when he's been run off his feet. Could get smooth, suave, and sophisticated, or you could get very, very angry.
Busy for elders is always foreboding. And Gregor will wait in silence, his hat tipped down, not meeting your gaze until he is certain he hears Don Hernandez's voice.
Before too long, you see that a pair of individuals actually walks out of the room. An older man, sort of tall, with a sort of white-haired ponytail in the back of his head. His shirt and tie kind of done very neatly, and Pax, the other that you would know, would be Maurice. Seems to be escorting this person out of the Dawn's office.
Seeing Maurice, Pax smirks. A little quirk of the lips off to the side. As she watches him pass.
He spots you, kind of smirks at you too, just gives you a little bit of a nod, and continues to walk with this gentleman off down the stairs to the front of the house.
I have a question. Do I recognize this gentleman that he's walking with?
Make an intelligence politics.
Intelligence politics.
Gregor does kind of whisper to Pax, at any point, should I vanish?
You're pretty sure, Pax, that you've seen him on TV? He's one of the candidates running for senator this year, you think?
Well, Boss Hernandez is a man with his fingers in many pies.
Quite a number. And you hear from inside the office, "Come in," as these other two are walking out of sight.
As Pax stands up and makes her way over the door, she leans into Mr. Douglas's ear and she says, "There's Randall Pendrum, man that was is looking to get into the senator's seat. The other one is Maurice, he's a friend of mine."
Before they even... Did Pax mention that before they even passed?
Yeah, they weren't really paying attention to you.
Still, Gregor would have probably vanished.
Cloak of Shadows.
Cloak of Shadows.
I assumed as much.
She
as it only requires you to stand still, so.
Just...
She then proceeds to make her way through to Boss Hernandez's office.
And you see that he's sitting back in his pretty big lounge chair and kind of putting some things away in his desk.
Busy night, boss.
Always busy. How are you, huh? How are you, my dear?
I'm faring. I've got a visitor for you. And she gestures for Gregor to enter.
At that point. Yeah. And Gregor would undo his cloak of shadows at that point, and make his way into the room. He does a polite bow.
Pax is certain to close the door tightly behind them.
And the boss gives you a nod, the both of you. What can I do for you, Mr. Douglas?
I wanted to provide an update on the status
Please.
of the arrangements. With what we have accomplished thus far, a location for the arrangements has been determined and properly supplied.
That's good to hear. Very good to hear. So, when can I expect my guest?
He will arrive tomorrow night. I intend to be calling him in tonight and making sure that no wise will be available to be present upon us.
Fantastic. Well done. And to you as well, Pax. Well done as well. Thank you very much for assisting him in all these matters.
Of course, boss.
Was there something else?
Question to you, Don Hernandez. If there are any other specific arrangements you would like me to accommodate, I'm at your disposal for the rest of tonight.
I don't have any specific requests, no. Just that everything be in order.
As it shall be. I believe Miss Cosetta also wished to speak to you privately, so if I might have your leave.
He gives you a nod, signifying that he's allowing it.
Miss Cosetta, I shall wait for you in the driveway once more.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
And with that, Gregor makes his way outside of the house, back to the Rolls Royce, leaving Pax and Boss Hernandez alone.
Boss, how do I even go about this?
Plainly.
Mr. Douglas brought up some interesting pieces of information last night.
Oh,
Confirm. This contract that you're signing with, well, there is a setup that's been happening to cause the Tremere to be used as some kind of distraction or scapegoat. And apparently this contract is supposed to throw a certain power out of his seat. Is this all accurate?
He kind of leans back in his chair, kind of gives you a little bit of a smile. What do you think?
I think you're making some kind of play and I don't understand it, boss.
And so you're looking for me to answer this question.
I'm concerned that the pieces that have been moved into place may put the group that I'm working with under some rather hefty fire that we're not prepared for.
I see. Interesting. Well, I can tell you this. The idea to scapegoat the Tremere, as you so put it, wasn't my idea. I much rather like working with the Tremere, as pompous as they can be.
They certainly can be pompous.
But their relationship with Baron Kane, as I have come to understand it, is none of my concern.
Farewell.
My concern solely has been my family. That is all. That's all this is. That's all it ever was. Do you trust me?
Absolutely, boss. I wanna give my coterie a reason to trust you the way that I do.
He stands up from his seat for a moment. I don't think they could ever understand. Your family. And I don't think that your coterie would understand just the amount of weight that that word has for me. That I'm sure it has for you.
Of course, boss.
You're my little investigator. You're my little angel. I wouldn't dare put anything that you hold dear at risk. What would I stand to gain from doing such a thing?
I'm not sure, boss.
Because it sounds to me like your coterie has started to cloud your thinking. I keep secrets because not everyone should know everything. But I was trying to keep this more of a secret for personal reasons from you because I wasn't sure whether it would be successful or not. But if you must insist, This whole deal was to provide you with a better source of blood.
Me?
Yes. Or at least be able to facilitate such a thing. It is taxing, and I did not want to admit that to you. I didn't want you to feel like I was faltering, or that you couldn't trust me anymore to supply you. The fact that you even have to drink kindred blood at all is a taboo.
It's certainly not something I'm proud of, boss. I trust you wholeheartedly, boss. Truly. I just...
Question. You just question.
I'm sorry, boss.
If you were anyone else who had questioned my orders, I would have had you beheaded.
If you were to order it, I would gladly go to the chopping block.
Well, if your beast has anything to say about it, I don't think it would. Should I?
Should you want?
Should I just be done with you?
Those words to Pax are like a hot knife straight through her. And she sinks to the floor, bowing her head. No, boss. You know I'd do anything for you. Anything.
What was it that made you question me?
The discomfort of my coterie. I guess I've let them too close.
The discomfort of your coterie.
Yes, boss.
All of them feel this way.
Perhaps not all, but they all have reason to distrust what's happening. Aleister is Tremere. Deja's farm is on the line. And Yvette. Yvette has. She's a LaCroix. She's a Vantru. And if she loses her place, she becomes a target.
Hmm. I shall have to think on this.
Of course, boss.
For now, get out of my sight.
Yes, boss.
She gets up and scurries out the room. A child that's just been cautious of it.
And you leave Boss Hernandez behind in his study.
She hurries back out, not looking up as she makes her way through. She's trying desperately to keep that burning sensation out of her eyes as she can feel crimson feeling them. And when she gets out to the parking lot, she's trying desperately to keep her face out of the light. How could she question Boss Hernandez like that? He was her savior. He's the person she owes the most to. She's gotten soft, letting the coterie make her question the man that she trusts above all. And the disappointment, that's what hurts the most. If it had been seething anger or rage, she could have handled it, but it's the sheer disappointment. Like she just betrayed him. Maybe he should just get rid of her. Be better off for him, maybe. Father always did say she was a curse. Now maybe Boss Hernandez thinks the same thing.
He wouldn't do that. He loves me. I know he does.
They've given him every reason not to love me.
Or maybe we should go back in there and just rip his head right off.
No, no, no. Not him.
His blood is so delicious.
But he takes care of us. To the point where this is all for us. That's what he said.
Make him suffer. We could
No,
always take
not-
that inky black licorice.
Not him.
He's not the one that needs to suffer for this.
The roles have reversed, haven't they? He's the blood doll now.
But he's not. He's not.
Could make him so. It'd be easy. Stake him.
But then who would protect us? Who would keep us safe from my father?
Father? He's
Well,
immortal. What does he have? What power does he have over me anymore? Could rip his throat out too.
but we can. Can't we? Because
Let's...
even though
That's love, right?
maybe we forgot what love really is.
hurt him.
Love is pain. It's agony and suffering.
It's blood.
It's blood.
Meanwhile, Gregor, you're in the car waiting for Pax. Eventually, she does return. But are you doing anything in the meantime?
The other night, if I remember right, Madame LaCroix did actually end up getting a burner phone for Gregor.
Yes, you would have one available to you now.
He has been fiddling with it. Mostly trying to figure out how to use it, switching between the different options. He's mostly stuck to landlines, symbolisms, glyphs. But it isn't to say that he doesn't remember numbers. So at this point, he will go ahead and he makes a call.
Who do you make a call to?
Well, the only person he can make a call to. He calls The only number and line that can reach is Sire.
All right. It rings a couple of times. Several long times. It's about 6 rings that you hear before a voice, not even a voice, picks up. It just stops ringing. You hear silence on the other side.
Hello.
Good evening.
This is Douglas. Wanted to let you know that arrangements have been completed.
Good. Any complications?
None that I know of. Merely a single request.
Of course.
Distraction will be necessary. To ensure the status that all eyes stray away from you. If there is but one individual, Clan Tremere, Wretchen, there is one individual. He doesn't say that.
Yeah.
He doesn't. There is but one individual that you can send from the bookkeeping.
What are you trying to veil when you say that?
The studious ones, the Clan Tremere.
Right. I don't think I quite heard whether you want him to send someone or if you're intending or letting him know that there's a distraction. I missed that.
It's him requesting that Lucio sends one person.
Ah.
Mm-hmm. Merely to visit. They need not stay. But just bring a few books to the library this way.
I have friends, but I don't know how readily available they'll be were to take a road trip. But I will pass along the invitation. Did you have a specific person in mind?
No.
Very well.
No.
We shall discuss further what this is supposed to be about when I arrive.
It's merely distraction.
I see. Well, we shall have to see how effective it is. How fare you?
Alive and well.
It's good to hear. It's good to hear your voice.
It is good to hear yours. I admit my anxiousness to be returned at your side and useful to you once more.
Come now. That's not the only use I have for you.
Well, I certainly hope so. Yes. I'm not the mysterious type.
Well, I'm sure you'll be returning home soon enough. Have a pleasant night. Try not to get into too much trouble.
Wish you a pleasant evening, sir.
You can almost hear a slight smirk in his voice when he says that.
I'll keep my head.
Good boy. Carry on. And he hangs up the phone.
And with that, Gregor also hangs up the phone. He fiddles with the phone for a moment, pulls off the back, takes the SIM card out, and crushes it just in his fingers before breaking the phone in his hands.
All right. You now have pieces of metal and plastic, both dug into your skin and crushed.
Puts the remainder of the phone just in the little
Glove compartment.
glove compartment.
And that's just about as you see Pax starting to walk up again.
And gently digging out the little pieces, quickly healing them as if nothing has transpired.
Yeah, it didn't cause any damage.
He does a polite wave, and gets out of the vehicle, and opens the door for her.
He would get nothing in response. She simply climbs into the vehicle, keeping her face out of sight.
Closing the door behind her, he gets into the driver's seat. But before he starts the vehicle, he turns to her. Has all fared well, Miss Cassetta?
I got my answer.
Hope it is what you needed.
It'll do.
Meanwhile, there are other kindred out and about in this night. Deja was headed off to the farm to make some things go on, and Yvette was looking to go and feed.
As well as he managed to get in touch with Monsieur Ball.
And with Monsieur Ball. Mm-hmm. That's right. He's not a hard one to get in touch with. So let's do your feeding roll first.
Very well.
Ooh.
We'll power that. And I'm only rerolling one die.
Are
Actually,
you?
no.
Because there's 2 10s in the top row.
Oh, yeah. So I guess I'll... Oh. Okay, so if I roll those 2, let's think about this. I got 3. How many successes do I need?
Generally, I believe you're chase 4, so it's a 5+.
6 at 1, 5 at 2, 4 at 1, plus if you're penalizing me for feeding type. You know what? No, I'll just tough it out with the low power and keep it at a 4+. So I will re-roll those 2.
Okay. You just need 1. Oh. Yikes.
Reverse Derek dice.
Well, actually, because it was the first 10 and the 5 that you were re-rolling, right? Or was it the 2 10s?
It was the 2 10s.
Just the 2 10s. Okay.
Because if I didn't remove it, I would have had a.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if it's a frenzy or if I'm just taking it. It's up to you, but yeah, in some way the beast has screwed up my night.
So, there is a compulsion that comes about. So let's do a random roll, see what that actually looks like, because that might be more fun.
Okay.
So I don't have my book open at the moment, so hold please.
I will take a look here.
It's definitely not clan. It's one of the other ones.
No,
It's not hunger either.
There we go. Compulsions on a 7, it is harm.
Harm. Yeah, you kind of have this random urge to hurt something. And so, as part of the feed, you do have the compulsion, so you can choose to act on it now or not. But you do need to cause hurt. And feel proud about it. Some bit of that sadistic nature that the beast amplifies takes hold in you, little Yvette. And you're powerful. You feel like a powerful individual. You find it very easy to find just the right person who, when you kind of get a whiff of their scent, smells just right. You may have even indirectly caused them some actual success in life recently. Being that you're part of the neighborhood now, they're always seeing you and your coterie mates, safe for when you're actually sneaking out of the house, being rather thriving and successful individuals. And so when you come across this person, they're just right. But something, and you of course get to feed as per usual. But there is that overwhelming urge, that very strong urge to just shove their head into the wall over and over again until they just stop talking. God damn, will they just stop talking?
I imagine when, as I feed, I can hear it, that noise that many kind make upon receiving the kiss, to savor the wine that leaks of their veins. And it infuriates me.
Only Dale should be making those noises for you.
They get to end up existing in such bliss. Do they not know who it is who has fallen upon them? Do they not know of what it is I end up doing for them, this city? My own coterie? They seem to end up thinking of me as small, if not at all. They end up looking about, oh, hello, Yvette. I have a hard time recalling when I snapped his collarbone. When I pressed him against the wall, my forearms digging into front of his chest until bones snapped. The howl near pain is and fear.
It invigorates you.
I look at the wound, I torment a moment. Fangs revealed, reveling in what I am. I am whole. Blood sustains and brings a calm. To see them squirm like the maggots they are.
That's
Who
all
are
they
they?
are.
Who are they to end up looking upon me as such? As though I am simply there as nothing more than to acquiesce? I play the role, but do not mistake your position, little maggot. And so I watch them whimper for a moment. I revel. I enjoy it. But unfortunate, have to go about my evening, and I cannot afford the complication. But the wound will remain. A simple gesture and a reminder to forget. As I walk away, I can perhaps still hear moans of pain, wondering what has just happened. Perhaps they got clumsy, a concussion, perhaps, falling upon their head. But I know,
Yes,
and
you
I have
know.
left my mark upon them. That is
You walk
more
away with a
than
grin. Bit of glee filling your undead heart. But we shall be right back, everyone. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, Yvette will speak with Mr. Ball. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to Austin by Starlight, episode 13. Yvette, after a successful feed, even if it was a little more violent than originally anticipated, but still feeling a little bit of that sort of gluttony for the pain caused, Yvette makes her way to visit with another Ventru in the city, Mr. Ball, someone that she's been sort of visiting on a semi-regular basis as sort of a mentor in the goings-on of the Ventru when it comes to being anarch. As this particular kindred has much more experience in doing so than she does. And so, after some polite introductions and getting to a little bit of the small talk out of the way, as per very common with Ventru, we meet them both in the midst of the conversation. So, oh, go ahead, miss.
Oh, it's quite alright. It was simply a point of remnants. I suppose I should get back to the outside of the pleasantries. I find myself at odds this evening. I thought I would come to find consort before moving forward.
I am always at your disposal for such things. What troubles you?
It is a sensitive matter, and one that I have very few who can understand the full gravity of the discussion.
Well, if it must be sensitive, then of course all due diligence to maintain the sort of at a distance that one must have when handling secrets, but I will try to advise nonetheless.
It is appreciated, Monsieur Bull. I must end up inquiring into a few things first before I end up even considering divulging where my mind is. But I have heard a very troubling rumor. The one I thought you might be able to shed light upon. Word is that, first off, that Monsieur Kane, Baron, is in talks with the Camarilla.
Well, that would be
more than just talks.
How much do you know about Mr. Kane?
Not enough to be considered an expert upon the man. He is a recluse, and I do not end up asking for his audience unless absolutely necessary.
And recluse is definitely how I would often describe the man. Keeps to his own, minds his own business unless needed. Expects those who reside within the domain to handle their own business. And if not, then he gets involved, and, well, that goes poorly for all parties. I've seen several instances in which he has, without a second thought, thrown both parties out the window so that both crash to the ground from a skyscraper and tell them to get the fuck over themselves. Sometimes that's exactly what it is that the upstarts need to hear, and other times it just boils down into we just won't converse with each other anymore. But the last time that happened was probably about 20 years ago.
And yet you did not end up answering my question when it comes to the rumors.
The rumors are merely that.
And you
Yes,
are assured of this.
I'm almost certain of this. Almost 100% certain. In that, yes, he has been known to play the part, I suppose, in that showing a little bit of hospitality of the city, showing the sort of popular destination places, but nothing of a sensitive matter, as far as I'm aware. And as far as I can tell, he's not too keen on the Camarilla. If memory serves me right, he's old Sabat.
And Monsieur Paul can see even for the composure that Mademoiselle Lacroix would usually entail, that simple mention is enough to make her partially grimace.
It's also a rumor, but the state of Texas is an old one, and well, you followed the elders come to the Americas, the Sabbat come after them. The elders go back to Europe. Most of them go back with them, but some remain. But that's history long past, from what I understand.
Understood. Lastly, what do you know of the Tremere? Recent goings on.
Recent goings on. That there was some kind of mild disturbance at the library involving one of them recently, but I don't know all of the details on that one. Just that some of them have been a little bit more, well, much like our Baron, recluse.
I believe that is enough. What I have to discuss is a question of loyalty. I find myself split between several individuals, and I know that there will be quite some damage if this continues on. But if I were to do nothing, then I would be going back upon my word. I promised Baron Kane I would not discuss any matters unless he himself was involved. At this exact moment, I find myself beginning to be entwined in a conspiracy. The ends I do not fully understand. But I do understand this. It is no benefit to Monsieur Kane. In fact, I believe it openly challenges him and his authority amongst this domain.
Well, that's certainly a big one.
I am at a crossroads. I wish to end up continuing on good terms with Monsieur Kane. I have, at the very least, managed to end up building a rapport with the man. And he has not asked of me more than I would have expected of a baron in good standing. I believe that he is a baron in good standing at this exact moment, and so I wish to end up supporting him. Alas, I am now placed in conflict, as the interests of the barony, the interests of coterie, the interests of the city,
Mhm.
your interests, the interests of third parties,
Mhm.
have come into conflict. And I
Hmm.
find myself to be the one who decides.
Hmm. I understand.
But
That's a heavy weight.
I do not expect to survive it.
And why would you say that?
Given the parties involved,
Hmm.
so now I am left with a final choice. And I have chosen to cast my fate amongst Baron Kane. To do so, I must speak with the man, or at least fair forewarning.
Understood. And so, I can definitely arrange the meeting for tonight if you'd like.
That would be appropriate. I considered you when I made my decision. As I respect you, Monsieur Bull,
And not you, Miss LaCroix.
I knew of your connection to the Baron. You have made inroads, to be sure, to end up having his hospitality extended to the Ventru. I wish for that to be rewarded with an understanding. But I know that this will cost many greatly. And I am finding myself hesitant.
Because you want to minimize the damage.
I was not the only one who made the consideration. But I do not. I think in their naivete, they did not understand the full gravity of the situation. I do not presume that my newly made enemies will be simply removed from the board, that I am to be without concern afterwards. I made the right choice. But I am one of the few who knows when I do so what the consequences will be and what it was I was expected to shoulder when I ended up coming forth. Ultimately, the loyalty I feel is to my coterie and the Baron who gave us shelter. I thought at the very least that need be honored.
Well, there's been a couple of times that I've been in their similar shoes. Having to weigh choices. Because, as Ventru, it is our responsibility to shoulder them. Whether they're truly our choices or not. We allow or we deny. It is not easy to make those choices, as I'm sure you already know.
She lowers her head about a moment, then raises it again. I made a promise when I came into this domain, when I had fled to America. I honor that first and foremost. But my mind cannot, in good conscience, do what I must without considering my coterie. I believe that there is considerations to be made, at the very least.
All
And
of
I
which
hope
I'm sure you want to discuss with the Baron as far as the details.
I wish to discuss them with you first.
You are not obligated to.
No, I am not. But I have a feeling that you will understand the inside track upon it. And I think there is something that you can garner, if not a small boon, of income. I see a business opportunity that may end up coming to your attention. One that I think, because of our earlier discussion, may be of interest. There is a farm with sea grow. And I believe that, given your history and what I am to understand of your earlier life, it may be of, at the very least, a brief moment to touch back to what you once did. If the words of you being a cowboy were indeed true.
I suppose that rumor I never will live down, will I? But yes, I do have a fondness for farm animals. You ever ridden a horse?
No. I have had to prepare them, but never once was I permitted to ride.
Oh, that's a shame. Majestic creatures.
The other thing comes down to a concern, as my coterie has been involved in such a thing. That means that at some point that a punishment must be placed, for we are involved regardless. I ask whatever happens, let that fall upon myself. It is easy to allow the Baron to save face along with the individuals who must do so. It is a great unifier to give Baron Kane a good grace amongst the other barony and those who may end up considering rivalry, and will solidify his position, which has come into question.
So you're volunteering as tribute, sort of.
As my sire once said, never allow them to take your face. And so, the face of the coterie must remain intact. That would be Mademoiselle Pax.
Understood.
The last piece I will speak only to the Baron himself. But this is what I request for your assistance and the Baron's. For what I know, and I can all but lay the trespassers upon a platter.
Well, here's Here's wishing you good luck.
I hope that my wishes will be honored.
I will.
Monsieur Ball.
I will honor them to the best of my ability, Miss LaCroix.
Now we cast the die. Believe now would be most appropriate for you to make such a meeting happen.
I will certainly do so.
She lowers her head, bowing to her elder.
I'll be just a moment to make the call, and given the direness of this situation, I think he'll be here straight away. So, shan't be long.
Very well.
And a little while passes. And before too long, the footsteps of another person coming into the building towards this office start to ring out. The presence of Mr. Ball has gone to attend to other things while you and the Baron are free to use his office as a place to communicate and talk.
When Baron Kane enters the room, I stand at attention. I will end up lowering my head to him until he acknowledges me further.
He extends a hand out to you, actually, for a handshake.
He pauses for a moment, then takes his hand in hers and shakes it firmly as she has been taught to do.
From what I understand, there's a situation that requires my attention, Miss LaCroix.
Oui, Monsieur Monsieur Kane. I come with concern.
As Mr.
One
Ball
is-
has stated, he's a very trusted ally of mine. And I trust that he would not bother me with something that is trivial.
If you consider the matter of which I have placed trivial, then clearly your shoulders are broader than I could know.
Well, we won't know unless you say, so continue.
I have information of a meeting that is coming through. I have no doubt of this, involving the Hecata and the Nosferatu of San Antonio de la Rosa.
And I've also heard rumor of a sort of chantry coming up recently amongst the Tremere.
A red herring, meant to distract you away from the importance of the meeting itself. It would seem that a party wishes to assist the Hecata in garnering power to rival you in your own domain.
I see. When is this meeting supposed to happen?
Of this, I am still waiting on confirmation. But I thought you would like to end up knowing as early as possible, once I understood its intent.
And that is very much appreciated. And you came to me with this as soon as you heard it.
As soon as I understood the nature of what it was that our coterie became involved. You told me yourself, do not bring you trivialities or reports on the goings-on day to day, only when it mattered. Once I understood the scope of what it was that we were involved in, then I made it known. I wished to honor your request.
Thank you, Miss LaCroix. So I just have a few questions about that, actually. You said it was between the Nosferatu of San Antonio and the Hecata here in Austin.
Oui. Don Hernandez. He has been using a contact, the childer of De La Rosa, who has found himself in our coterie haven. He is to signal when the meeting is to arrive, and only he knows when it is.
I've heard of this De La Rosa. Former Camarilla, now supposedly hiding out in San Antonio under Anarch title.
And he will be in Austin soon.
I see.
The Tremere investigation is to end up keeping your eyes away from the meeting.
Is it truly nothing, then?
Investigation. I have interrogated one of the Tremere, and they are left without single notice of what they were doing. And even the Tremere in my own coterie would confess nothing to me. He has taken a liking to the idea of observing your collection. I think that is a thirst that can only be quenched by you. Or if he had the gentry, would he not have better trees to climb?
Perhaps, but the reclusiveness of as of late is still something to...
Is concerning. And yet, I would end up questioning. Another, I believe that the gentry idea was placed by a Tremere of San Antonio, known as Doc. They have, this is a belief, but not one I can prove. But I believe that they were the ones spearheading this rumor. To end up doing so, to give advantage to the kindred of San Antonio who are coming here.
I see.
I am also responsible for helping guide the security of the Dawn for the meeting. As such, I can end up pointing to you what is to be expected. As I said, I can deliver them if it is your wish, or if you simply wish for it to be silent.
Well, I don't wish to pick a fight with San Antonio. If rumors have it correct, then their recent ousting of a Camarilla incursion puts a lot of stake into their people And I don't doubt that an old ancilla, such as De La Rosa, spearheading the whole thing, as well as the War Baron, as they called him. Suppose that gives them a lot of credibility, or at least a lot of respect, as a city as a whole. But as you said, they were doing so without informing me. Oh, decisions.
If it would, I would like to offer consideration, Monsieur Kane.
I will hear it.
At this exact moment, they may have suspicion. Would consider them foolish if they did not. And yet, this meeting is to take place without your knowledge, but they are coming to our city. We have a place where they will be meeting, hosted. If you were to approach this meeting, disrupt it, then perhaps it would be best than to be sure you end up measuring the strength of your own situation. Do so swiftly and rend them upon the stone. Destroy them utterly. For they have challenged your own and have betrayed your trust in your own domain.
All of which would be true if I were Prince.
True. And yet, you have tried to end up showing amnesty to the Hecata, and now they offer you treachery.
On many occasions, yes. On many occasions, I have given them my hospitality. And on many occasions, they have paid back in kind. So what sparked this?
Of that I do not have insight.
Curious. Don Hernandez and I have a tenuous relationship. I wouldn't say that we're even working relationship. That's even giving it a little too much justice. But we haven't killed each other yet. So I suppose there's something keeping him from doing so. Interesting.
I can provide you the information you would need to find out. I simply have a simple request.
Of course.
When this all comes to play, they will certainly ask who was the traitor, who betrayed the coterie, who had thrown themselves under the stone, or who threw them into the stones. I wish for that to only be acknowledged by me. You will end up gaining better favor with the other barony. You have an opportunity to solidify your claim as well as be clear that it is not to be questioned. You then can also end up making the statement that coterie maintained its word, and you simply got the information out of Mademoiselle Lacroix. There are members in my coterie who are in positions that they cannot disagree with the situation that is to come. But it was not of their own choosing. It's worse than ignorance. I think you know of what I speak. But I wished you to grant them clemency. But you must also save face. So do you turn the other cheek, or do you make example? And I know which one you must do. It is the way of kindred.
But at the same time, I don't feel like you would be properly compensated if I were to remove you from the board.
I am not looking for compensation, Baron Kane.
Aren't you, though?
No. I am playing to the reality that we exist in. My existence comes from you remaining in power. This is not a matter of friendship or loyalty. This is simple fact.
And that a shakeup would cause too much chaos.
Oui. I also know that somebody is going to wish for blood and retribution. And that can fall on any of my coterie mates. I will not divulge who it is that is in agreement with you and who it is that is in agreement. We are a package deal. But I recognize somebody must be punished for upsetting the scales. To my coterie, I accept responsibility of such things. The rest of them are to not be harmed. If you wish to make a public display, then let it be, but my coterie will not be harmed. I hope I have not misjudged the Baron Kane.
He kind of looks you up and down for a moment, kind of judging your character almost as in a very obvious kind of fashion. He's definitely watching you as you speak, and kind of squints for a moment just to see if you flinch. Make me a composure and subterfuge.
Would hide emotions also...
Hide emotions would absolutely be applicable. Because I'm sure that Yvette is quaking in her boots, but she's remaining composed.
I'm willing to spend the willpower to accent the point here. 5 successes.
Beautifully done. You have conviction. I like that. Someone who is willing to accept what comes when it comes to their beliefs. And while on the face of it, I will agree to that your coterie will not be harmed. Should any judgment come, it comes solely to you. But I feel like that is underpaying you. for the service that you've done for me today. You wish something? It's yours. Anything. One thing.
Farm estate belonging to Mademoiselle Deja, from this point on, is acknowledged as domain of the domain of Mademoiselle Deja. None may demand anything of her in that regard. I wish that not only to be of the immediate property, but of the surrounding area. It is without authorization, a no-fly zone. The farms around it as well. Gives her a moment of security and offers a point of expansion without conflicts with the rest of kindred society. Gives her something to do for 50 years.
Kind of gives you a smirk. Funny. I would have thought that something a little bit more personal would have been in line. Given your recent engagement.
She lowers her head. Maybe a little crack in her demeanor. I would wish for it, Monsieur Kane. But I do not know if I will live through this event. And if I do not, then I leave him behind, broken-hearted but alive, and no one need know the difference. If I were to take on that, no, that must be earned. That must be earned in appropriate manner, not as a bargaining chip. Otherwise, I would not be the woman he fell in love with. It is mine for living a small piece of life before I must fully accept what it is that I am. I only hope that I get to have one more evening living the dream. But this is not a matter of personnel. It is a matter of courtesy to my Baron and loyalty to my coterie. If you are good for your word, Monsieur Kane, as I suspect you will be, you will know how to compensate my coterie in the appropriate manners by your own judgment. After all, who better?
Who better indeed.
If you need, offer the gifts in claiming that they had ousted the traitor in their own midst. Whatever politics of the city, they matter little to me. The coterie is all that matters at this exact moment, and that coterie exists in your barony, and so it will serve you well. But I am not blind nor naive to the politics outside your domain. You must save face. This is what I offer, for what I know.
And your offer has been heard. And I will consider my next move. Very tricky opponents. Very, very interesting. Well, I have things to consider. And I'm sure you have things to do of your own.
He pulls out what appears to be a map. Slaps it before. A sampling of what I know.
This, and when he opens the map, is this the map of some of the sort of armaments that are being going in on and hiding?
This is a point of where the spotters will be, where the checkpoints, etc. And what isn't marked on there has a very large "Do Not Traverse" sign. But
Thank you. This will be helpful.
I hope that my faith in my Baron is not misplaced.
It is not. You and your coterie are under my protection.
They are under mine.
And I am a very, very stubborn man. Intruders are not taken kindly to, I promise you that. And he stands from the seat and goes to walk towards the door.
Monsieur Kane.
Yes.
She extends her hand. I believe it is customary to shake hands when one has an accord.
Where are my manners? And he goes to shake your hand. An accord has been struck. And I am a man of my word.
Of this shall be tested. I look forward to the results, Yvette.
As do I. He says with a little bit of a smirk as he walks out the door.
Deja will be taken care of. Packs will be covered. Who knows what will happen to Monsieur Douglas? And Monsieur Knight will end up learning what conviction truly means. Perhaps he may even get a book after it all. Whether I'll survive it is questioning.
Speaking of Aleister, you're in... Where are you exactly?
At this moment, he'd probably be finishing up a project, watching YouTube videos on a window install. And trying to fix what he jumped out of.
Mm-hmm.
Very rudimentary. Deja will probably scoff and fix it, but he did the best he could.
You're kind of looking at your work rather proudly. You think that You've done a rather good job. This is spot on. No gaps, no draft, nothing. This is dynamite work. Pretty proud of yourself. But your phone rings.
I'd put it to my ear. Hello?
Hal? It's your sister.
Yes, this is me. What's up?
Where are you? Where are you right now?
I can be anywhere you need me to be. I'm just staying at my place.
Can I stay with you for a while?
What's wrong? You know anything you need.
Can we talk in person? I don't want to do it over the phone.
Where are you?
I'm at the... And she gives you a corner near where your family home is.
Okay, I'll be there to pick you up in a moment.
Okay, I'll be here. I'm at the corner store. It's...
Get yourself a cup noodle. I don't know how you stomach those things, but just get something in your belly and give you something to do until I get there. I'll be there as soon as I possibly can.
Okay. Okay. And she hangs up the phone.
And I will just kind of whirlwind grab my jacket and go out to the car and try not to break too many traffic violations and get pulled over as I get there as quick as reasonably possible.
You know, within the limits of everything, you know.
Yeah, a couple miles over the speed limit.
Ain't nobody gonna fuss about that.
Yeah.
You drive, and it's not terribly far from the coterie house. But you drive to that corner store. The one you know she's talking about. The one that has the weird sort of sign at the top near the near the family home. And you see her. Eventually, she sees that your car's pulls up, and she starts walking towards it. You know, a little sheepishly. She's got a hoodie on, but you can tell that it's her because it's her hair kind of draping out from underneath the hood. Kind of just messily, just kind of hanging in front of her face, and she comes over to the car and gets into the front seat and buckles in.
I'll bless your life.
Okay, go ahead and rouse for me. Thankfully,
Nice.
the side of your sister does not further complicate things by making you hungry. So you course the vitae that is very molasses-like in your veins to fully kind of circulate, sort of imitating the blush of a person who is alive, though pale as you are. And she doesn't really look up at you. She just says, well, let's just go.
I'll turn my music down and Michelle, what's wrong? And I'll like just kind of try to take her hand and coax out whatever I can, try to comfort her.
Make me a quick charisma persuasion. Okay.
Ooh, 4.
Oh, that is a crit. Hey. You reach out for her hand, and she takes your hand for a moment and kind of gives you a squeeze, and then she kind of looks over at you finally, and you can see that there's a little bit of bruising around her neck.
Okay. What's wrong, Michelle? What happened?
We were just talking. And then I don't know, something set him off. I don't know what it did.
Are you talking about father?
Who else would I be talking about?
I didn't know if you had a boyfriend or something.
No, when do I have a boyfriend? I was in the hospital.
I'm sorry. I'm out of it. You see, I'm trying to keep myself composed, but if you looked at, you'd be white knuckling the steering wheel with whatever hand is not holding her. I'm sorry. Did he hurt you terribly? What happened?
I'm just I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
I just want to be somewhere else, please.
Let me think for a moment.
We can just go back to your place, please.
I don't have room at my place, and I do not live alone. I have an idea. I have a very good friend.
Since when do you have
At least
roommates?
I don't make as much money as father. I have to subsidize my place that I'm staying. Most of my money goes into the bookstore. It's not a very profitable thing.
Why do you still have that?
Why do you like cup ramen?
I don't know. It's not
We
even.
just do.
It just do.
Yes.
That's not the same as owning a bookstore, stupid.
Well, it's stupid, but it's me. And look, let me make a phone call. Find a station that you like. I'll just step outside and make this real quick. You can stay there at least for the night till I can arrange something a little more permanent.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll step out of the car and I'm going to call Deja.
Okay. Deja, you get a call.
It will be a few rings before she answers. She's kind of in the middle of something, and music is very loud when she does answer.
Come on.
Hello?
Deja.
Uh, uh,
This is Aleister.
hold on just a minute. And you hear a very loud, heavy metal beat in the background as she reaches over and turns down the volume on. her stereo. What's going on, Aleister?
He'll audibly take a deep breath and trying to calm himself down to stay in control.
Are you all right?
No. But it is not me that is very much in trouble tonight. Something happened to someone very dear to me. I need a safe place to keep her for the night. Could she stay at the farm for the night till I can arrange something tomorrow? It's too late at the moment for me to find something.
Of course. How long before you get here?
Oh, we're at such and such, and I'll list off near like the
A 15-minute
roundabout area that.
drive. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll just. Yeah, so I can be
Alright.
there in 15 minutes.
Stay on the road and do not get off the paved path.
After what I've heard, you are preparing. I am not going to even get out of the car till I see you.
Alright. Alright. I should be done with what I'm doing, and I'll meet you when you get here.
All right. So Aleister, the call with Deja finishes up, obviously, and when you arrive about 15 minutes later, you do stay on the path as she had mentioned, and when you do see her, you do feel that it is safe to get out of the car. Though how safe, you're not entirely sure. You could never be sure.
Hello? Who is your guest?
I'm Michelle.
I'm Deja.
Well, a pleasure to meet you. So Aleister said that I could stay with you for the time being?
Yes, come on in. Do you have any clothes or anything with you?
No, it's just me.
Alright. Y'all come on in. Come on in. Can I get you anything? Coffee? Tea?
And coffee will keep me up all night. I just want to go to bed.
Alright.
And I'm so sorry to impose on you. I really am.
Alright. Well, come on in.
And both Aleister and Michelle follow you in. Aleister's kind of, when you look at him, he's kind of just staying silent, kind of just looking around to see if maybe he could see what it is that you've been up to, but is a bit more concerned about Michelle's well-being at this point. You can tell.
Given his demeanor, I'm paying more attention to Michelle than to Aleister at this point.
Mm-hmm. What was your name?
Deja.
Deja. Like deja vu?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know that I've ever met anyone named Deja.
I'd be surprised if you had.
It's pretty unique. I'm just plain old Michelle.
Plain old Michelle, it's a pleasure to meet you. Giving her a good once-over.
Make me a wits and investigation, because she's probably going to be a little bit guarded.
Wits and investigation?
Yep.
Alright. Let's see.
Or medicine, your choice.
Medicine would actually probably. Okay. Well, thankfully it's not nasty, because that's 3.
All right.
A
3
10 on the
apiece.
blood die, but
3.
nothing to match.
Right. 3. 3 will give you some insight into that. You do see, she's got her hood up, and she's wearing a long sleeve hoodie, and she's keeping like her arms very very tightly wound to her chest, just so that she's uh, kind of puts off an air like she's guarded, like she doesn't really want to divulge anything.
Right.
That much you can definitely tell, but kind of looking at her, you do see that there is some bruising around some of the like around her neck and things that when you get a glance at it, it's definitely discolored, and
Okay.
so she's maybe been in an altercation. You don't know, 100%.
Deja is gonna blush a life.
Mm,
Okay. That's a success on the rouse. So
right.
I'm not any hungrier, thankfully.
Good.
And put a hand on her and take her hand in hers and put her other hand on her shoulder. Come with me. And she's gonna lead her upstairs to the room across from Angelique's
Okay.
room. And I'll be right back. She's gonna go to the hall closet and get extra blankets and another pillow.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the bed's already made up. There's a light horse quilt laying on the bed
Mm-hmm.
where you can turn it and it's a lighter color on the inside, darker on the outside, but there's horses running across the meadow.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, grab a few more quilts and a pillow for her.
Mm-hmm. All right.
When she comes back, are you all right, dear?
I'll be okay. I just thank you.
All right. If you need anything, just holler. If my music gets too loud, let me know.
Okay. Wait,
And
you're up this late too?
I'm a night owl, darling.
How do you see in the dark? It's so dark out there.
It's easy. Kind of like a cat, I see better at night than most folks do.
Huh. All I see is just black.
Well, it takes time and training. It takes time and training. Give your eyes time to adjust.
Mm-hmm. Thank you again.
Oh, you're welcome.
And she takes the extra blankets and pillows that you've brought, and just kind of takes all of them and kind of.
No. Bathroom is down the hall. When you come out your room, turn to the right. It's the third door on your right.
Okay. I'll remember that.
Okay.
Thanks, Deja.
I'll leave the door open with the light on so that you can find your way. And she's going to close the door where she walks out and go back downstairs to Aleister.
All right.
Who put their hands on that girl?
Aleister, are you back?
You hear
Oh.
me?
There we go.
So what did I miss? I'm sorry.
Deja has just come back downstairs to
And
talk to you.
yep, because
Okay.
she gave a room to Michelle.
Okay, thank you. The last thing I heard was I was talking about whatever abomination kind of music, and then Discord shit the bed,
Mm-mm.
and I didn't hear anything past that.
That's fair enough. Michelle, and Deja were just kind of biding time until you got back. So
Okay,
continue.
thank you. You probably find me pacing, like
Um,
like
Go ahead.
talking to myself a little bit.
When Deja comes back downstairs, she doesn't give you a chance to ask anything. Anything. Who put their hands on that girl?
Someone that I will be dealing with very soon. Thank you for the hospitality tonight. I appreciate it. I know it's an inconvenience. I owe you.
It's not that inconvenient, and if this had been any other evening, that might be an issue. However, and this is the first time you've ever seen Deja even remotely close to pissed off and showing anything other than calm.
Yeah, you probably see the same with Aleister. Like, he's visibly almost shaking in rage. Um,
If you look close enough, you will see a trickle of blood from where she has bitten her lip coming down the stairs.
okay. It was my father. I am going to take measures tonight that this will never happen again.
Do you want any help? Or is thing like witnesses too much?
Help would not be a bad thing. Besides, depending on how it goes tonight, he might meet your pigs. I
Uh,
don't know.
A little voice in Aleister's head. Oh, goody. And I think
I,
that is where we're going to call the session for tonight.
Of course, Discord would shit the bed right at the most inopportune time.
Ah, yes. Delightful. Delightful. Well, thank you guys so much for playing. You guys are great.
I love it.
Yes, love it. Love to see it. So yeah, how'd y'all fare? How'd you like this game?
I'm excited.
I'm loving the emotional bleeding that's currently happening all over the place.
This is my shtick. This is what I do.
I hope I made people cry with PAX.
Uh,
Wow.
I was tearing up.
Well,
I was like, I didn't want to be that tough, but I was being tough, mean old dad figure.
Do
It
it.
did make me want to
I
cry,
love
but it
it.
did make me want to do things to the Don. Let me just talk to him. I just want to talk to him.
Liar.
Well, well, when we created this character, I didn't give you any triggers.
Mm-hmm.
But what's going on with Michelle is a trigger for Deja.
Mm-mm.
I'll just wait until PAX finds
Uh,
out.
Aleister may not be the one to get his hands on the man.
No, depending on how Aleister plays this, and next session is going to be very interesting, and it's probably going to come down to some roles, maybe,
Oh
or
yeah.
what.
I think that is a
Yes,
perfect place to pick up for next time. Oh
yes,
yes.
yes.
Yes,
Uh,
yes.
I was just sitting here like, where are Pax and Gregor? Because like Pax's next destination was Deja's farm.
Yeah.
So they're still
That's
on their
true.
way.
They're
You
on their
could
way.
show if you want to be party to this. I would allow us maybe gathering supplies to take long enough for PAX to show up.
Poor
The
Yvette.
only
Poor
the,
Yvette
the,
doesn't get in on this scene. I don't think 'cause she had the meeting with
That's
Mr.
okay.
Ball and the Baron at this time.
Well, I mean, I'd imagine that would take about the same amount of time as Pax talking with the Don.
Mm-hmm. Because a lot of these events were happening
So
simultaneously, so
there
I don't
is
know
the
if
opportunity.
It's a
I don't
busy
know if
hour.
Aleister would come. Yeah, I don't know if Aleister would come to Yvette for this. So he has
well,
he
it's true. It's true.
he's building rapport with Deja, and he likes PAX and has a rapport with them. There's a tentative frenemy thing going on with Yvette that is we're not trying to kill each other, but we are trying to be civil and work together. But I don't know if that screams, let me let you into the most vulnerable place in my life right now.
And then there's gonna be Pax will probably ask Yvette to. Well, Pax will probably put Yvette into a position where Yvette might have to defend herself against Pax.
Coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so curious about the political play that you're gonna make out of this.
You shall have to wait and
You
see.
shall have to wait and see.
I'm excited.
I mean, if
'Cause,
you need ideas, I can shoot you a whole list, but
bruh, I have it all in my head.
okay.
I have it
I hope
all.
you wrote it down. We know what your head can do.
Well, I've been stewing on this plot for weeks now, so I don't think I'm forgetting it.
Okay. I just know how often you remind me that you have to write things down
Yes, because that's
you'll
something
just
I
forget
haven't
if I
stewed
talk
on
to.
for weeks.
I'm excited for the day that Don Hernandez dies.
Oh,
It's
because that would be
coming.
an instant snap
Ow.
of the blood bond.
Ow.
Uh-huh.
Instant
That's a
snap.
rebound.
I imagine for Pax that would be something like the snapping of an elastic band coming back to hit her in the face, like.
Seld. How dare. Love it. Love to see it. CoffeeCat's head. Yes. Head is sometimes empty. Not often, but sometimes.
Uh-huh.
But yes, we have our lovely 5 characters that Black Wolf has already been kind enough to put the poll up for our coterie vote or for the audience vote for experience. We do have, I believe, a stain to resolve for Yvette because she did harm an individual.
I believe I have a stain as well.
Oh.
Never
I
act
have
against the family. She
Ooh.
questioned.
I think I have a stain as well.
Oh. I mean, I'm not going to say no. But yes. You have a stain, Aleister, because your touchstone was harmed. So it's a single stain for you.
The only way oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was about to say the only way that I could mitigate that maybe is my other conviction is definitely going to be coming into play.
Oh,
But
which is
always aid women in need.
I would say that yes, you do not take a stain as a result of that. Then
The only one I would say at all that is questionable for Yvette is, of course, we have the Omerta rule, but
Yeah.
it also flies in the face of her conviction. I think it's her conviction that saves her from a second stain.
the Omerta would be one.
Well, no, it's protect those under your power. That's the one that she took a stain for the harming.
Oh,
So
right.
it's also the thing that saves her from the never snitch because.
Oh, right. So it reduces down to 1 total. Okay. Yep, I can do that. I can work with that.
That's my theory.
Yeah, that can work with that because
So,
that you can break a conviction and uphold it in the same session. So yeah, I'll allow for that.
your convictions can save you from the tenets that you break, right?
Right. Yeah. For Pax, it was don't act against the family. You
Never
didn't.
act against the family.
Yeah.
You didn't
She
act.
questioned
didn't-
the Don.
Well, she questioned the Dawn. That's true.
But did you act against the family? There's the question.
She
To
didn't.
her, that is.
Well. I guess it does suppose under her definition because if even questioning family is an action that she takes against them, then if that's what she believes, then yeah, then that would be a conviction state.
That level of blind servitude scares me.
The Don did tell her if it had anyone else in her place, he would have their head. So
Yep.
Yep. I don't think Deja has any stains
no.
or Gregor.
We might be making a stain next week.
Well, I think Deja might actually be following a conviction next week.
Yes.
No, I'm not talking about taking a stain. I'm talking about making one.
Yes.
Where my father used to be standing.
Taking it and making it.
To be fair, you also have to suffer the consequences of losing a touchstone if that's the case. Oh, he's not a touchstone, is he? I guess not.
No, he's just an asshole.
I suppose if you want to make a stain out of him, that's okay. You're taking 3 states for it because you're killing somebody.
He's considered a human enemy. 1 dot against his touchstones.
I don't even think he's considered a 1 dot enemy. He's not that powerful at all. But I'll leave that for you to find out later. But
I have ideas.
I need some remorse checks for those who took stains.
Pretty sure I did that right. The gap between humanity and stain.
Yep. So Yvette succeeded, Pack succeeded. Aleister?
Did I
No,
mitigated?
that's right. You mitigated it. Never mind. Never mind. All right. So everybody's all cozy toasty. Nobody lost any humanity. So congratulations on that. Small victories.
Yay.
Recovering willpower.
I recovered 1.
Who did a thing that recovered some willpower?
I didn't even make a desire tonight.
Oh.
I didn't either.
Good job. Although I don't think both of you rolled very many dice today, so.
No.
Fuck, dude, I didn't roll a single die.
Nope. Hey, Lamau.
I rolled rouse.
That's about it.
I woke up.
I've actually changed my desire for the first time since we started this game. Because I actually found something else that she wants to do.
Damn it.
What has she been wanting to do this entire time?
Set up coterie income.
Yes.
Wow.
At this point, that might be more of the top one instead of the little one.
That should be more of the ambition, not the desire.
Yeah, your desire should be like, go get milk.
I left a note for myself in my notes last session to change my desire, and I forgot about it even with that at the beginning of the session, so...
Oh, boo. Oh, well.
Thank you guys for a wonderful session tonight.
Of
That
course.
was fun.
Looks like we're almost finished with the poll, so we're moving on quickly to some experiments here.
Oh Lord.
Lordy, come on now. Let's get
Don't
some
leave
last
it
minute
tied,
votes.
Please.
Last minute
Please,
votes.
Don't leave it tied.
Let's go. Hey, Aleister, you get that
Oh, shit.
audience experience. Somebody sniped it at the very end.
Thantos.
Thantos, thank you for contributing your channel points. You are the top channel points
Thank
that were
you.
contributed. For 7,000 points contributed. Congrats. So, Let's move on to the actual experience from the rest of the game. Everybody gets one for showing up, so there you go.
Woohoo!
There's your showing up prize. Aleister, of course, gets our viewer vote. Who had moved the plot?
Yvette.
Yvette.
Yeah, I was going to say either me or Yvette, but like I've set some stuff up and then Yvette did big moves. So
I can agree with that. Derek, thank you for playing against me, man.
Thank you for playing against me.
I'm going to do a Trixie. And yes, Yvette's going to get one, but I'm also going to give one to Pax for her personal plot.
Oh, I thank you.
So I'm being generous. You're welcome.
Ooh.
you are a benevolent DM. Thank you.
Yes,
Thankful.
praise me.
All hail the coffee cat.
I'm out of here.
I definitely want to give best scene to Pax.
Yep. You're not even gonna get it.
Yeah.
Mox, you earned that. You earned that. I know you were about to fucking laugh, but like, I was like over here like losing my mind over it. Like,
Yeah, that was good.
Specs over here just kind of flailing a little bit.
I can fake cry going on, and yeah, I'm proud of that scene.
Oh
Zach
yeah,
Corey in the background.
That is my partner in the background. Yes.
yes, giving the pets.
Nice tats.
It's
But
Dragon
yes,
Ball.
That's
Pax,
awesome.
Pax gets our favorite scene vote. Who had our best line or favorite line from tonight?
Oh shit.
I'd like to throw one in for myself.
Okay.
You know, Yvette, I used to feel sorry for you until I found out what Glock tastes like.
That was pretty funny. Raven's calling you out, Spectre.
What did I do?
Raven says, I swear Specs plays like that once a game.
You're not wrong.
We appreciate Spectre's flailing.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Even if it's just like...
Look, man, I'm just glad it's not only me.
Hands down, you two both have some of the best reactions.
Yep.
Like, I'm dead inside a little bit, so I don't react like that, but watching you guys have proper feelings, highlight of the night.
I just can't stop myself.
Like, for me in the San Antonio First Chronicle, I was a weepy son of a bitch, even as a storyteller, so...
It's good.
I was very weepy, but...
To be fair, I cried a lot in the second chronicle.
But Aleister's put in for best line.
I don't know.
Raven, how dare?
I'll give it to Aleister because I don't know anything better. Because my only other one for Aleister is like, I'm not your therapist or your priest.
That was also a good one.
Like, you sassy
Yeah.
son of a bitch.
Or the only other one that I thought of too that I said it was like, it was kind of a funny interaction, but it was both me and Yvette where I was like, so you know your balls are just as close to the bandsaw as mine. It's like, how vulgar. I'm like, I told you, no flowery language. We're just talking here.
I'd be willing to give it up for that one.
I'll give it to Aleister too.
All right.
Yeah.
For any of those three.
For any of those
Thank
three.
you. Thank you. I can finally get the Dana points.
Yes. Get it. Get it. But yeah.
Actually, Aleister has gotten a lot of best line votes this session, like this game.
This Chronicle.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Also, Raven calling me out. How dare? How dare? It's fine.
Showing off your tattoo. A minute.
Experience expenditure.
Yes, you can do those.
I promised that I would put experience towards resources for Deja's farm.
Ooh. Which will definitely become usable, and as pigs are added to the farm because still in character have to go out and make that final trip to the stockyards to get more, but they will be bringing in resources because. So what I'm going to do actually is. Upon their arrival, there are going to be some surprise pregnant sows.
Oh,
I know you can
yay.
order ducks online from like Amazon and stuff, but can you order pigs?
Stockyards is probably the best
Yeah.
bet. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
it's
That was just a thought.
because then you're buying directly from the seller. You're not, you know,
Yeah.
it's an exchange from farmer to farmer. So
The worst thing I've ever seen being sold online is prosciutto. I just wanted to point that out.
well,
Uh,
beautiful, beautiful. Well,
It's on
that
Amazon.
well,
that
and
concludes.
sorry,
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, and to that note, Piter and Angelique should be gone now for the next 3 days
Yep, yep,
doing such things. So,
yep. Yep, the next 3 in character days they will be gone making trades and buying pigs. Realize,
Cool. Can I use that expenditure now?
yeah,
Just so it's
yeah, you can go ahead
okay.
and spend that now. This way,
All right.
everything's already kind of paid for experience wise. They'll
yeah.
It's off my sheet.
they'll they'll be able to kind of use that and sell some of the piglets if they need to right away.
Yep.
But unexpected surprise is she would be able to get a couple of pregnant sows for fairly cheap.
Yay!
Uh-huh.
So
She does. Then her only question is, what were they bred with, or who were they bred with?
well, that's probably why they're on the cheap.
That's a question for
Confidential
Baron
bull.
Kane.
But that does it for us here at the weird city of Austin. So let's get some shout outs going. Fat guy, shill for yourself.
Oh, I thought you were going to make me shill for Derek.
Nope. Chill for yourself.
I will shill for myself. I am That Fat Guy 3. I am a variety streamer, though mostly I play Dead by Daylight. That is my comfort zones.
Yes.
I try
Horror
to...
is your comfort zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try to stream Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at around 6-ish p.m. till as late as I can go, or until I raid into Derek with Raven. We have a killer race coming up. The next set of rules that we have, the 4 of us will be playing our mains actually to try to bring our best foot forward to the table.
Ooh, that sounds
Us
fun.
being a Desolate Fox, Raven Star, and Pandesu.
Nice. Very nice.
Maybe if we can talk him into it, we might get a guest appearance from a Macabre Derek. Who knows?
We'll find out, I guess.
Which of the 30 killers is his main? We can never know.
You never know.
But that's beside the point.
Right.
But
right.
that is all I have going for right now.
Okay. Cool beans. Derek, shill for yourself.
Hey everybody, my name's Macabre Derek. I do have Edmonton by Night on Sundays. Have another Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle featuring CoffeeCat Presents as a player. I also do Vampire the Masquerade and Battletech workshops on Monday, and I do Drawing on the Macabre where I do commission art Tuesday through Thursday.
Very nice, very nice. And then, of course, there's me. I'm
Show for
CoffeeCat.
yourself.
I'm CoffeeCat. You know, everybody knows me who's on this. If you're here on Twitch or here on YouTube, you know, because it's /CoffeeCat Presents now on both platforms. So definitely, yep. Uh, and so I'm pretty much on, you know, just about any social media. You can always just go to my website and figure out where to find me, and maybe I'll actually post something on social media at some point. I have when do I do that? Like never. The best place to get in, you know, to follow me is on my Discord, because the Discord is where I post everything, as far as when I go live, as far as VODs for any of the shows, as far as it occasionally dings when I put a tweet out there. You know, just follow me on Discord. Just jump in the Discord. It's fine. I do commissions on the occasion. A lot of that is off stream these days. So if you want to talk about that, we can do that too. Yeah, I run this game and then Rebirth tomorrow. So every Wednesday and every Thursday, you have something to watch here on Twitch. And, you know, with the fun chat interaction that we occasionally have. Spectre is also one of my players. Mojo is also one of my players in that game too. So they don't stream very much, if at all, but definitely love them and appreciate them. And of course, we can't forget Mox. Mox is great. It's !buy. Yeah, !buy Black Wolf. BUY. There you go.
Coffee, I just love how I'm turning into Pax.
No, you're Mox.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
No, you're Moxie Pox. There's a difference.
I have one thing I'd like to add for both you and Derek Shills. I would like to, having sampled both of your works, so that you both have wonderful pricing, work with everybody extremely well, and if Derek has his best foot forward with horror and Western art style art, even though you can challenge him to do just about anything, and he might bitch and moan, but he'll still put out some good things.
Why you do this?
CoffeeCat has a lot fine and prettier aesthetic. I don't really know how to describe his art as much, but I've heard, you know, if you get a little spicy in your commissions, that he does great work for that too. So
I do spicy. So CoffeeCatPresents.com. It's in the corner. Go there. That's where everything is. So everything is there. So
sorry, I wanted to show for both of you.
Much appreciated. We saw the tale of a baby. Ravenstar had to point it out. Yeah, that does it for us here with the Austin by Starlight. VOD will likely go up tonight or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow at around noon. Is usually when I post the VODs. But yeah, I'm glad you guys like the show. Keep coming back. We'll always be here. Follow, like, subscribe, donate, tip, buy, all the whatever the
Do it.
whatever
Do
the
it now.
whatever the hell my command is.
Cue the Hypnotoad.
If you have not subbed to his YouTube channel, please do so.
Yes. Let's see. YouTube channel is youtube.com/@CoffeeCatPresents. So, get it. Or hit that link that Streamlabs did. So, because I need to update that link because it's now youtube.com/@CoffeeCatPresents. So, yeah. Thank you guys so much for playing. Thank you guys in the audience so much for watching. And until next time, say goodnight, everybody.
Good night, Pax.
Good night.
Good night, John Boy. Sorry, wrong show. Good night, Yvette.
Good night, y'all.
All gonna die.
Good night.
Slowly and painfully.
Little do they know.